What is that?
Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Sammy, I'll see you later, okay?
Yes, and
I'm gonna come right now. Yeah.
a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
Okay.
That afterwards.
I love you very much. Okay. I'm gonna get to wash my hands.
She
No,
said
don't. Well, I
she
need to wash my hands before I
encouraged,
start.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325, defendants 325, please.
Yeah.
And this is an
Okay.
email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014.
Guys, what's up with the audio today?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in. Oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
With what redactions?
It's already in,
It's
so.
been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, we're making sure.
Ours indicates it is. It's in.
It's in evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor?
It was redacted. I don't know what
Well,
it was redacted to.
The redactions don't.
That's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy?
Guys, what's up
We
with the
can check-
audio?
we'll check
It's
our
so bad.
Thank you. It's fine, Your Honor. We've confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, it can be published.
Thank you.
That's-
She's been getting rolled. That's impossible. She can't get rolled. It's not cross, dude. Guys, it's not cross.
You can't see it on your screen? All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share there. Oh, get it? Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says, it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work
What?
with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to as shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank is shrink.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning of psychologist, therapist, shrink.
Okay.
A shrink?
I'm sorry for
That
being
was a
less
shrink.
for your disappointment in me. For my behavior, I'm a fucking savage. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Gonna lose that, gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right?
Guys, this man types like my fucking dad,
Now,
dude.
You respond to this,
Guys,
and of course, before you
Well, I used to go to
go
my
there,
fucking,
and he says,
dad's computer, and I'd see like his
"I'm well
emails
aware
on
I
it.
should
He
have
types
been
just like
bigger
that.
at the moment, and that it will never again manifest
Bunch of
in
exclamation
negative
points and
experiences.
dot,
It
dot,
can be
dots
done.
and
What a killer concept to visualize.
Caps locks.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you, I miss you.
Oh, he's my dad's age then.
Correct?
Oh yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, they're the same pretty much.
And what, if anything, is that consistent with the cycle that you have described?
Well, the language he used after particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. And so we ended up both calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It's very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite.
Chat, Since
And
I've
this
missed
is
it.
typical of the apologies that I would get when he took it too far physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me physically. I mean, so after this, I had a visible bruise. I don't remember where, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said, so. Anyway,
Well, that's.
and
mean,
you know,
come on.
in these fights, would try to stand up for myself by
That's
December
fucking weird.
2014. I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I'd try to hit his hands away.
Guys, I don't know. I'm in Chicago today,
always
so
get
I
back
don't know.
up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him.
How many times? I'm done with Chicago today.
But I tried.
Every keep count?
And worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful. It was awful. We both got into that pattern. It was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, It felt like nothing I could do. Felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns. Felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing. So, I tried for over a year, maybe two.
I don't, yeah, this gift isn't
Just
working though.
not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place.
Guys, it's a
would
gift,
try,
it's not working.
then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. The police were called several times, but
Yeah, give me the
I tried
MP4,
to do everything.
detox.
I even threatened to leave him, and tried to leave him, and nothing was working. And I think by this point in our relationship, we're both saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other, and unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I'll also describe it.
This might be a good
Okay,
time
that's
for
good.
the lunch break.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break.
Good,
at this time.
good.
It's 2
Guys,
o'clock.
now you have to
Please
watch
do
what
not
happened earlier
discuss
today.
the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Good. Good timing. Nothing up. Also, she did. It's overtime. Why is she crying during lunch break? Come on, then.
All right. And again, ma'am, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay? All right, thank you. So 2 o'clock? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I've risen. Yeah, I'm allowed to go to lunch break. Okay, how much time? Nearly 3 hours. Fuck me. 1:36 is good. You-
Loud, but
Let me hit a contact before this. Oh man, they did this just a long time for this.
you tape record.
In my experience, and if
Calls for speculation.
She can say why she did it and what she thought.
But that last part called for speculation. I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say I knew. Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it.
Your Honor,
It's looking unfair though that she gets to say it though. But I mean,
may we approach, please?
Okay.
let's hear it.
Okay, sure.
To be able to pick up the noise.
I'm sorry. That's it?
And then the second one is from 250 to 320, 30 seconds.
Wait, it's evidence of what? Oh, he kicked her down. Yeah, I remember that. What is evidence of? I don't get it. That's evidence of nothing. What?
221 is in evidence. All of 221 is already in evidence.
So may I play the third one then, and then we
Yes.
can take the break?
Yes.
Thank
can
you.
play-
That would be at
You can play
9.
all of it if you'd like. That's fine, thank
I
you.
think that'll torture the jury if I do that, Your Honor. 9:30 to 10, just 30 seconds more.
Ah, so funny.
I'll stay with this fucking lady in case she gets sick.
Guys, here's a crazy request out of you guys. If you're gonna end up recording multiple long ass clips, get an actual tape recorder. So get an actual something that a recorder instead of your phone. And also try putting the phone somewhere out, maybe on a table, maybe not inside the engine. I heard it get noisy in there, boys. It gets noisy in there, boys.
All right. And you're going to be changing gears after that, or do you have any more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay,
for a break.
all right. Ladies and gentlemen,
Christ.
let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
Okay, guys, where is the evidence of what? What is this?
No. I'll stay with this fucking lady in case she gets sick.
Guys, this is the only evidence that Johnny might have been playing a game on his PS4 in the cabin. That is the strongest evidence for a PS4 in the room for sure.
All right. And you can be changing gears after that, or do you have any more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay,
for a break.
all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss
That's
the
my
case
joke.
with
That's my joke.
anybody.
That's my joke.
I got straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this.
And also, guys, a problem that I've been having with this trial also is the fact that they try to discredit his testimony and his whatever because he's drunk or high or doing drugs. Yet in her testimony, she's like, "Yeah, I took drugs. Yeah, I took a bunch of this and a bunch of that." But then she acts like she's analytical, attentive to details, remembers everything. She's sane and all there. But whenever he's cooked up, he's. But me, I take a Molly, shroom caps, fucking drugs, alcohol, cocaine, and I'm like, bam, looking for details and shit. And it's like, dude, what?
Would last.
I don't know,
to
like,
just
what? How does
get out of
that?
there.
How does that make sense?
I went to a hotel and called my friends to join me, which was my coping strategy at the time.
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendants 204.
Difference in tolerance? Yeah, maybe.
Did you reach out to?
You guys,
Objection.
was there any good? You guys, since his lunch break, chat. Since his lunch break, we can catch up to the good moments. We can catch up to the good moments.
And Your
Anybody
Honor,
has
hearsay
timestamps for
and
juicers?
Bleeding.
Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the first one in blue and the third one in blue. And,
Chat, we're trying to
I would say
watch all
present
this.
sense impression and the state of mind at that time.
All right, you want to approach?
Yes.
Oh, we get to skip all this too as well, which is really good.
All right, let's go to 205. Defendants 205.
We can go faster as well. Yeah, you're right.
And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection, hearsay.
You want to approach?
Oh my fucking god, dude. Can they just train her on evidence that's not gonna get fucking a testimony that's not gonna get objection? Like fuck, how fucking hard is that? What? How is she crying before it even started?
205
How is she pre-crying? This makes no sense at all.
is in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we publish to the jury? Thank you.
It is.
So, Rocky on this is Rocky.
What's up? Yeah, I'll see you later, okay?
Okay. Hearing you talk about this is funny. I like hearing your.
Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
No, she's pre-firing. So she was about to talk, but then objection, and she pre-fired.
Okay. And when did you send this communication to Rocky?
Once I had touched down in LA,
What? What?
He said this reminds me how lonely I am, PogChamp.
No.
And you said, I'm not good. What did you mean by that?
that I needed help, that I
Okay.
was scared. I was scared of what had just happened to me. I was scared of what was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him. I was scared if I didn't. And I needed help. I just needed support. And I didn't feel safe going home. I still had my place in Orange. He had keys. I was scared.
Okay.
Did you text your mother and your father about this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
If you want to,
What, if any, communication did you have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
sustain that objection.
Let's go to defendants 222, and Your Honor, I suspect we're going to be back up at the
All right, you want
bench on
to
this one.
approach? That's fine. Thank you.
Guys, also, I know this is very minor, but I wish that their lawyer didn't like laugh this off and like, huh, yeah, they're going to objection this. They're like, yeah, like you can't use that. There's a general objection, and it is getting sustained. How's that like funny or whatever? It's the rules and you're trying to break them or whatever. Like, I don't know. How's that funny? Like, yeah, I guess we're gonna get objectioned a lot. Yeah, because if you do that, like, what the fuck? Yeah, it says, it's petty and underhanded. I don't think so though. It's not petty. It's not petty or overhanded. She's literally saying what somebody said. It's literally hearsay. Although that, are they all alive? Because last time, guys, I'm pretty sure she talked for somebody who was dead. And then they were like objection. They were like, and like, dude, the person can't even refute or talk. The person is literally dead. Like, what?
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, if we go to 224,
Okay. 224.
Oh
my
my!
argument would be business records exception.
All right, you want to come forward? We can do it.
I do. Thank God I wasn't watching this live. I would have lost my shit.
Objection.
Oh my!
What, if anything, did you do the evening of the 24th of May?
I reached out to friends and family, asked for support,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
and surrounded myself with them with that.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
That's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner.
Guys, this is a question, chat. Did she normally comb her hair to the right like that, or to her left?
We went
in
to
the other
Bahamas.
ones. Who cares?
It was
I guess I'm just wondering if in the other case or whatever in the other days she was sitting like that and she combed her head the other side so they could see, but now since she's in front so the jury can see, she comes there on the other side. I'm just asking if it was done deliberately or not.
you know, again, put on my smile, took her out, tried to make her feel loved.
What?
And celebrated for her birthday. And then I booked a flight out to New York, to go back to New York, obviously without Johnny.
I'm going to ask you to now turn to 225. And Your Honor, I'm going to be referring to the last two blue spots on that page with the state of mind.
I'm listening.
Mental condition.
All right.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay. Why are you sniffling? Guys, her speech is not impaired. It's not congestioned. There was no tears, nothing. How is she sniffling? What is she sniffling? And what is the tissue for if there's no blow or what?
May we approach?
What is she sniffling? She has allergies? No, she does not have allergies. She does not have COVID. What? Man, these motherfuckers. Skip this. Oh my god. Okay.
Please tell the jury what you did then over that night, the next day, and at the hotel.
I cried a lot. Tried to surround myself with my friends and resolved to leave him. I felt powerless. Nothing I did made a difference. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection. Non-responsive.
Please just tell us what you did, and you can tell how you feel, but don't go backwards, okay?
I tried to, the strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to. I knew nothing else would make a difference. So I got myself back to LA. New York. And started going to Al-Anon meetings every day. It's a support group for people who love addicts and alcoholics.
What, if any, communications did you have with Stephen Deuters?
Objection. Hearsay.
Your Honor, let me ask it this way. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Deuters communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection. Hearsay.
I would say agency on that, Your Honor.
You have to lay a foundation for that.
Okay. All right, let's go to 229A.
She's getting smoked on pretty hard, that lawyer, holy. Also, I don't want to say, I didn't even be mean, but what is this, like, fucking Pirates of the Caribbean costume, like, fucking, like, sailors ripped shirt bullshit?
And could you, without saying what the content is, can you tell us who this text message is with?
Johnny's assistant.
What's his name?
His name is Stephen Deuters.
Okay. And what, if any, communication were you having with him following the Boston plane incident?
Objection. Hearsay. May we approach?
All right, Ms. Mills.
Man, this must have been a disaster. Look, I can skip through it. Look.
I also heard from him.
Did it all with?
Guys, this is an hour-long stun lock.
Did you communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days following the Boston plane incident?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
I heard from him directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Ooh, icebreakers!
You're not allowed to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communications with Mr. Depp?
Okay. It's kind of confusing because he was texting through them.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record, and you'll disregard that
understand.
testimony. Please answer the question.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him. Said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again. He texted me at one point, and then I didn't respond right away, and he texted me again.
Wait a minute.
He understood.
Wait a minute. She didn't respond right then and then, so she waited? Ooh, according to her own forensic psychologist, that's a method of coercion and whatnot, or a mental abuse. Perhaps.
That
I mean,
had made my decision to move
that's what they
on
tried to
and
pull off last time.
Good luck, and I was better for it, and and then continued to contact
Not
me.
responding?
I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone, and he said that he was he had a chip, or that he was going to meetings, that he I think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but encouraging him. And he was saying, well, look, me and this person, we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober, and that was the last time. The monster will never come back. Monster will never come back. And because it felt like such a different...
Question, chat. Guys, do they ever refer objectively with evidence to his behavior as not something that is like a monster or an evil or a devil, but actually instead they say like violent, hitting, abusive, or did they always refer at with like a...
Felt so much worse than
Never,
it had
right?
ever been before. And because I had...
That kind of plays well in his favor, I feel like.
I went to New York, and I was trying to get my strength to leave him. I actually thought that it kind of would be the turning point.
Because you can never really tell you can never really say what is the monster. It's kind of subjective. They can describe it, what is the monster, or when he's being abusive or whatever, but in the text and the whatever, right? They're not getting an actual descriptive. It's always the monster, the whatever.
I thought I had effectively...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. Oh, go.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please continue.
I thought things would change.
Did you draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp to express your emotions and how you felt about all this?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, let's go, also lay the foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to defendants 239.
Leading and hearsay. Oh, yeah.
239.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
And I would say both present sense impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
All the evidence.
Sustain the objection.
All right.
Jesus.
So, did you ultimately communicate to Mr. Depp what you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email?
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she did.
Not what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Did you communicate to Mr. Depp what you had drafted in the email? And you don't get to say what you said.
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp have to your sending that email to him?
Nope. Don't do it. She's doing it, isn't she?
He came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was sober and he was committed to changing. I believed he was embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him. So I took him back, or I got back with him on the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
So I'm going to take you now up to the June through August 2014 time frame.
Okay.
And I think you testified earlier, and others have as well, that Mr. Depp brought in Dr. Kipper and his group, correct? correct?
Must be real
Yes,
dry in Virginia.
I did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I'd heard this name before. And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, who apparently wrote a book on addiction and was this doctor who was going to be the solution, the cure, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden the plan was that this team would be involved in Johnny's recovery. So it felt real, it felt serious, I felt like protected. I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny, and the plan was to keep Johnny on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie, so he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers, and the plan was
What, it was prescribed painkillers for what?
Abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished filming, the plan was to do
Objection,
the full
Your Honor,
detox.
hearsay. And lack of foundation.
I don't understand what the objection, I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining the context there. I don't think she was saying
Well, we
what
could
somebody
lay a
said.
foundation how she knew, but it's fine.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations
Okay. Please
with the
continue.
doctors and with his sister.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
there's-
that's still hearsay.
Okay.
All right, I'll
Okay,
sustain the
that is-
objection.
That part is. So
Guys, they know better.
what happened next? As a result of these communications, without saying what the communications were?
A nurse came to Boston where Johnny was. I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too. And they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, we have to be careful about what other people told you, okay? But you can testify to what you know, okay? So what happened then?
I saw his medications change. I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality changed drastically. He would be speaking to me, and at the time I was staying in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie.
Wait,
he would,
her perception of the personality changed, right?
in mid
But this is her testimony.
mid-word,
I get it.
fall asleep. One time I was sitting across from him, and he would come in and out of sleep, being awake, or completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and Johnny constantly smoked, and he just sat the cigarette, as he fell asleep while speaking, down on his leg.
Yep.
They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long, thankfully. But
That'll do that to you, then.
it was things like that, and I didn't understand it, even though I had experience with
Painkillers?
drug use
Painkillers will do
in
that.
my family. I hadn't seen anything like this, and it was so dramatic, the change, that I was trying to figure out with the nurses and doctors, what happened, what changed, how we could
the painkillers and opiates are very strong. I remember being on morphine for my knee, dude. I would fall asleep mid-sentence. I would be talking on the couch to somebody about my family, and I would legitimately fall asleep in the middle of my sentence.
Explain the change and what medications were causing it. I knew there were new medications involved, so, you know, I was constantly worried and in communication. And Johnny's behavior got worse and worse, more of this passing out, nodding off, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying. And the emotions would change from one to the next, like by the second. I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming in Boston, and we went to this like a resort retreat hotel, and, you know, he was just bawling, you know, it broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and I really didn't know. I felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe it was just what Kipper had introduced into the regime, the medications. But
they're back?
What I found out in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
No.
Was this
No,
your observation?
I saw it.
Okay.
Are they?
Thank you. Please continue.
It was taking about double the amount that he told them was his normal when he started the process with the doctors. So
30 more minutes. Shut up.
after a few, you know, it's, I think, months of going, what is wrong? And, you know, turning him over when he vomited at night or checking his pulse. There were, all of a sudden when I realized the amount was about double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amount so that he could get extra high before he had a detox. But
Detox.
that I can't it was such an agonizing weeks, months. It was so agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned for this person, and he had just been doubling up his meds because he didn't.
Doubling.
So, Michelle, can you pull up 1092, Defendant's Exhibit 1092?
Yeah, guys, I wonder when the evidence shows if it actually double down. I feel like if you're talking about like opiates and painkillers, doubling down can be, you know, I mean, it can be lethal depending on what the dosage is, you know.
Amber, did you take this picture of Mr. Depp?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1092 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And can you describe what's depicted here and why you took this picture?
This was during that time when
Picture? No, it's they're explaining the picture. They're explaining the picture.
That he was on in the doubling up of the
And then
opiates
they moved
got
to publish.
so bad that he was like this just throughout the day, off and on, and then he would take Adderall and he'd be really animated and ready to go, and then it would be this again, and it was so erratic and it changed so quickly, and I naively now really did not understand what was going on. I deeply cared about this human's well-being. And it was very confusing and scary.
He's like mixing drugs
So
pretty
did
hard.
there come a time then that Mr.
Crazy.
Depp went into detox for Roxycodines or whatever they're called?
Oxycontin or whatever.
Yes, when he finished filming, the plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we left. We were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8th through the 18th.
So she said, shut the fuck up.
More or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the jury what took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014?
The Bahamas.
It was, for the first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse, and then later nurse and doctor, we're staying on a different part of the island, a few minutes drive by ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicate via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first, and then the behavior just really wasn't okay. It was up, down, he'd be mad at me, then he was wanting a hug, he cried a lot, and then he...
Guys, it's called a rhino. Guys, it's an ATV vehicle. It's like a small ATV vehicle. It's really cool, man.
Wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And it was just like that. It was just up, down, mood, and it was like I felt like a constant was catering to the mood, that whatever he was going through at the time. I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his blood pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time. I was just trying to take care of him, and a few days in, I guess the effects of the detox really started to change, and it went from this erratic behavior up and down to just really down or mad. He would burst into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table. I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table in a certain way, and he screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table. Luckily, it was bolted down to the deck, but I remember him shaking it and screaming, and at a different point he was really calm and sweet and thanking me. And then another, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him.
Yeah, I find it's a little bit odd that she goes to the island to get help or whatever, and to get better, and she's still describing him as bad or whatever. It's I mean, I don't know, man. He's in detox. It's a tough time, and it's pretty hardcore, man. Of course you're gonna be more vulnerable and whatnot, irritatable and shit.
Remind him how much he wanted that, how much he had told me he wanted that. How much I was reminding him, he told me all the time, I saved his life, and he wouldn't be doing this without me. And I was telling him these things, and at one point in our conversations, I told him about how...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Please try to continue without what you said, please.
I said something to him, and he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face. But he did it while crying. It was the weirdest thing, just crying, saying no woman had ever embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And I felt bad. I feel bad. Still feel bad. But I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed. That's not what I wanted to do. It just was in over my head. I don't know how to detox someone. I don't know how to help them through that, and I shouldn't.
Yeah. You don't have to detox anybody. It's why there's doctors and nurses that flew to the fucking island. What? You're not a fucking medical professional, dumb fuck.
In there.
I don't know. I know what this is about. What?
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to, and I didn't know that was a phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why anyone. No, why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to. I had no idea what that was going to look like or be like. And it was hell. We're on an island. I'm trying to take care of him, and he was hallucinating and...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Overruled?
Screaming at me for things that I said when I didn't say any... I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not...
Isn't it also a speculation? How do you know he's hallucinating? Are you in his eyes and in his brain? How do you know he's seeing something or hearing something?
Prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of...
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observations were.
That's very speculative.
He was accusing me of having a man in the house with me. We were in a single, you know, in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide.
Maybe showing signs of hallucination. No, you don't get it. This is a court. This is a case. Okay, you can't say what somebody is seeing, whatever. There are signs of whatever. Are you a medical professional? How are you equipped to you as a normal person to tell if this is symptoms of a hallucination? You don't. You can't, and you're not them. It's
Really?
speculation.
I mean, there's a
What are you talking
closet and a
about?
bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me and then yell at someone else who wasn't there. And I tried to ask for what I should do. I didn't know what to do. It was terrifying
live?
and strange. The whole week was...
So
Okay.
Op-ed.
left
No, it's not.
Bahamas and finished with
I have
the
it on my monitor now,
detox
'cause it's
there.
like
Where did you go
Sorry.
from there?
I had to open it because chat's trolling.
We, meaning Debbie Lloyd, Dr. Kipper, and I and Johnny, we flew back to LA, and he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel.
This starts lagging because I had to see one open. I closed it. It's gonna stop lagging.
Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA, and I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So Michelle, can you pull up 272, please?
Stop.
And after you both returned to LA,
Stop.
Mr.
This is
Depp
annoying.
communicate-
This is annoying. We don't hear anything. Guys, her speech, it doesn't feel like it's because her nose is congested or watered. What is she sniffling?
With
That's
you.
pure air. That is
text
maximum.
while
Hey,
you
dude.
were apart while he was finishing the detox.
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission.
She
of
posed a picture.
272,
Any
defendant
objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message.
Oh, please.
Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Right.
Okay.
It's just present sense.
No shot.
And after you both, please.
Oh, what the fuck?
And after you both returned.
Huh?
And after you both returned to LA, did Mr. Depp communicate with you? Two?
Any
Defendant
objection?
Susan?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message.
It's just present sense of impression. But
Yeah,
I'm
because we
understanding
don't
your
see it,
feelings on
but
that.
she probably saw
Can you
the camera guy
redact
or the
that
camera whatever person
message?
pull up their camera and get ready. That is absolutely busted.
All right, Your Honor,
All right. Any objection to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 272 is in evidence, and we will probably...
Cotton 420p, 480p.
And Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and
And
this
she's gonna
is
say what it is. Go ahead.
Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just so that we can highlight here, he's calling you. He says, just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Do you see that?
I do.
So
Okay.
what, if any, expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you, ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along
Yeah,
that
who's
line?
Steve?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep
Fucking audio.
this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Show me the tweet with
And I
the
just
thing
got a
in.
note to that effect, so.
Okay, so 272 is in evidence without, you can clear the redaction and publish it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
My apologies on that one, Your Honor. All right.
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the question was?
Yes,
That's fair.
that's fair.
Guys, what is this? The thing with Johnny is that it's sunshine on you, it's glorious, and then he forgets and it's very cold. It's glorious and he forgets and it's very cold. If it's attention, you feel like the only person in the world, everybody loves him so much. This is fake news. Okay, next fake news now, boys. Guys, there's double fake news, guys. I'm gonna just, guys, I feel like Hassan. I feel like I'm being fed garbage. I feel like some of those lines feel strangely familiar. They're stealing it from TV and books. Huh? I don't get it. It's not fake? Oh, it's not fake. I don't get it. Well, if it was complete lines, then I'd get it, but I mean, I don't know. I don't really care that much.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp
it's
say
not fake,
about
yeah.
that you were torturing him on the island and he didn't want you there?
Very confusing for me to hear that, because even though he was hallucinating and angry at me at various moments when he would have these kind of episodes, I did nothing
read
but
it.
try to take care of him.
Are they live?
I'm
They're not.
not a nurse. I did my best to support him, and he thanked me. He thanked my
Do you have
mom.
10 more minutes?
He thanked
Yeah, I
my
want to watch
dad.
this. Hey, guys, he's Steve.
And
They have
he
their
told
names
me,
each
of
other.
course, I saved his life. That he wouldn't be able to make this change without me. And that this process was horrible and hard on him and us and me. But that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Okay, we can take this down now, Michelle, thank you. And
We're not watching it live because
gonna
it's not live yet.
take
It's
you
not.
up to September,
They're on
October
break for another 10 minutes.
2014. Do you remember?
Just go.
Yes, I do.
And what, if any, connections did you have with Mr. Depp in that time frame?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role. He told me he would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
Yeah, he's just laughing. I know.
He reluctantly kind of agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time. I wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing. No kissing scenes. No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in October of 2014 in Georgia, while he finished his movie in London.
He's laughing.
And then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia and was there for my last day or two of filming.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310.
Michelle, you know what to do. Blow that shit up.
Did you have communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning for another role in this time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
Guys, can I be honest? Yes. I don't want to speak too hard about things I don't know, but I feel like this lawyer that she's using for her own questioning, I think she's kind of not too great at extracting emotions out of her, and she makes things a little bit cold. I know, I get it, it's a court case, but there's a jury, and I feel like she could do a better job at it. Much better.
I'm not sure who's in the text exchange.
Because it counts. In the end, it counts.
It is a text exchange, Your Honor, so, but the green is Mr. Depp. And the one I'm most focused on is on
This
the
coffee's
second
disgusting.
page, Your Honor, the top.
The green bubble on the second page?
Yes.
All right, so just that text?
Green bubble.
Based on Your Honor's rulings, yes.
Any objection to that text?
No, thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
if we can get that redacted.
Anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame, we're talking in November 2014, about you not working anymore or not taking on any more work or auditioning?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
They're all the
And
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working. I had
working?
finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie, to work on, and he was furious at me for, he found, we call them sides, they're just pieces of an audition, pages. And he found something that had been sent to me to consider auditioning for, and he blew up at me for, I think what he said to me is that I didn't tell him, that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it, and was furious at me. I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that time that I did I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you now to take a look at what is Defendant's Exhibit 310.
Interesting.
Do you recognize this email from Mr. Depp?
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission
It's in evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's evidence
Thank
with
you.
redactions. So
Let's see if they
Please tell the jury
objection.
about this text and the context.
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing for having an audition.
Okay. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to stay in November of 2000.
An audition or hiding it? Can we see?
And did there come a time that
Just remind you, you're not watching live.
Mr. Depp
There's
told
no
you
live
that
now.
he
We're watching
understood
something that I
you
missed because it's
were
not
going
live.
to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
It's live in 5 minutes. They're on break still.
Johnny said this to me in an argument, in a fit of rage is the best way I can describe it. and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is preposterous. There's no way I would agree to that. Although I did make concessions and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor.
fights.
Hearsay.
That wasn't
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect. Furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted, one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in development with a sci-fi writer.
Guys, so I'm surprised in all this, chat. I'm actually surprised is that they were together for a long time, married for a long time, or a little bit, and they only had 7 million in divorce. Isn't that kind of crazy though? That he makes like hundreds of millions and he has like 800 mil or 500 mil, and only 7 mil in a divorce split. That's kind of crazy.
These things were just they were just constant fights, but in between them, when things were good between Johnny and I, he would be...
They prenuped it?
You know, he would word it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You know, you say that you don't want to be objectified, but you're doing it to yourself. You know, but at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood, the entertainment industry, was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. You know, I believed it. I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because Johnny, you know, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually found myself
that's
making decisions about my own career, about how I dressed.
Wait, that's contradicting because she took the roles initially, and she said she was being boxed in the earlier, like last week, right? She said she was being boxed because she took the roles, and she said that they were seeing her as this like get naked actress. That's what she said.
How I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room, and I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
I don't think it's live yet.
We attempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist in 2014. I
had it.
Couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Eventually, Dr. Kipper introduced me to his close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my...
Ruining your day.
So this is
boring.
Go
Your
text.
generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart. And I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage. Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent, Megan. Okay. That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325.
I'm not back live yet. Look, I have it on my second monitor. Stop. He is Steve. It's their nicknames.
And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325.
Give me this shit. Let's go.
It's already in. Oh, it's already.
Yeah, they posted it.
All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share there. Oh, got it? Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says, it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be convened less.
Depp is also claiming that he is the real victim of abuse in their relationship, but there is so much more. Heard is countersuing Depp for $100 million over his alleged scheme to tarnish her reputation following the op-ed.
Guys, I didn't agree at first about the 100 mil. I thought it was like, oh, they're going too far ahead, right? Because that's how they do it, right? You just go hard and then they go down, right? But 100 mil is actually reasonable. If he was making 70 million at a good time, or 60 million, he got and there was 2 losses and one franchise movie and 1 big movie. Yeah, 100 mil is like reasonable.
All right, thank you. All right, you be seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
Dummies.
Amber, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different texts and a lot of.
He is going for 50.
I just wanted to point out to you this text message is.
She's for 100.
This is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
Oh wow.
Yes, it
And
is.
this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident.
So she thinks that her
That's
time
correct.
and her
All right.
worth is
And
more and
he
is the same as
saying,
his.
Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
Is it okay to, the nature of the conversation was
Yes.
pleasant? Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, you know, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered, and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking? And it was such a bizarre conversation because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing. But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Steve?
All right. January 25, 2015, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was...
Please tell the jury about that trip.
Well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip. And plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him. We got in an argument in the hotel room, and I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him, and when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall, and I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me, and I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and what felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really
is there
sloppy
hallway
way,
cameras,
like hitting
maybe?
the back of my head and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him. Or else, I would have at this point even I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud. And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down, and at one point put his knee on my back. It was kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this struggle with him. And I look at him and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so... I mean, he just looked like he hadn't been through anything, he still had his glasses on, sunglasses. And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over, he didn't want to marry me. He was disgusted. He was disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake. And everyone hated me. And I remember crying on the floor. Just more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe he was serious. I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way. It broke my heart. Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. This is the man I loved, you know. Yes, it was awful at times, but I loved him and what he was saying.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. What he was saying to me hurt just as bad as anything else. I just remember that he left me on the closet floor, and it's embarrassing, or
it didn't pass.
It's embarrassing as it is to say.
One didn't pass.
I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had. I know it may be hard to understand. It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano, and I just laid my head on his shoulder, and of course I was mad. Of course I was mad and felt it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand, I just wanted us to be okay. I could just put I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person. So just...
Come on. Don't sniffle, you're cheating.
They come on and went to the premiere with him and walked a red carpet with him, and I remember in the car checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress. And then I was just looking at pictures, and I was on the red carpet. It was surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that there would be no marks on me, and we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just... It was not like that. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's the one.
You know, it's
That's
hard
the first
to...
one.
I'm sure it's hard to...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I saw it. I saw it.
I'm going to take you to February, the next month, 2015, to your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
So we get married in Los Angeles. I get a sense that it was a wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember...
Oh, was that two?
Running around, I went to therapy. And,
that was two.
You know, got ready, and Johnny and I met at the Penthouses downtown. And I wore a white dress and a veil. I had bobby pinned in my hair. And I walked out of that penthouse. I met with Johnny in the hallway, and I thought he looked so handsome, and he seemed happy, and I felt we were making the right decision. I was so looking forward to having this, I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car, we get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove drove us in his truck. It was weird being in the car with him alone. You know, we didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised. And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. My best friend, my mom, his mom. We ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the better, you know, we had planned for the better part of a year or so, maybe 8 months, for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15 people. And we had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses, these little, for the guests. We had them built and designed on the island, and
houses.
We had people come out, and it was magic. You know, I was marrying the love of my life. It was complicated. But I thought, it was the love of my life. And we had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate, with our relative party. So me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and drink wine, and, you know, have our own, like, you know, girl party separate. And then the next day have the wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset, and on this beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach. And we walked down the beach aisle, and said our vows. And
wait, is that an orgy?
The sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around us while we were on the altar. And we danced and celebrated. And then I left
airplane paparazzi.
I had to go work.
When you say you left the island and you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Huh?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August. So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it, so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles, and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the plan for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming P5, Pirates 5.
Okay, and when approximately was that?
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay, and then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
It was about 24-hour. I think it's about 24 hours.
They're going to get that finger soon.
On the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London. He was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane, and fly, I think, around the same amount of time.
And
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when you arrived, before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl, and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to, leave right after you get married, especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently, and it was positive until it started to change. And I got the sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
I was not that it mattered, but, I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of subside, and I thought things were okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he, I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, he calls my hotel room, apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think I was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
True. They can't know.
So don't tell what the staff said.
I lied a little bit,
what
Sorry.
happened next.
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had to prove that I was in the room because by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone. Why I didn't answer the phone immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was cheating or, that I was hiding something, and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door.
Okay.
That was right before I left.
So before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
Huh?
That's ridiculous.
Leaving?
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would never, since that time I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia, I would never do MDMA with him. I'm asking for a problem in that case. Like that, I would never do that.
Okay.
That's not how it works,
So you
but okay.
flew to Australia and met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, can we pull up defendants 1809? And Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that Mr. Kim, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone.
Okay.
And then those were given, so.
So I don't have these, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
Correct. I'm just going to show you a few pictures. Amber, do you recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1809 in evidence, you can publish.
And let me
I'm not being
pass
biased.
one up
It's
and
not how it
go on
works.
to the other side. We tried to, given the strangeness of this. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Amber, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And could you tell the jury what this is?
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
Okay. And then I'm going to
Move to publish.
try to make this a little faster, and I'm going to go 1810.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to
Yes.
show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together, and then you could just
Yes,
go on with your questions.
Smart.
yes, in fact. And these are all, I will represent, ones that we got from Mr. King.
All right, if you want to take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay, that's
Is this
fine.
1909? It is. Guys, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, guys, this is the nail in the coffin. I'm sorry, chat. It's over for Depp. Because they have the road. Now you can tell it's over.
But, by the way, Amber, do you see those kangaroos in there?
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos as well.
This was a pretty big driveway.
It was a pretty
I don't have any
icy.
objection. Sorry.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
But make sure you look through them all, too. I just want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you.
go ahead and read them into the record once you have looked through them all. And then,
That is a kangaroo. She's not wrong. There's two of them, these suckers. That's two kangaroos. That's pretty sick. Now it's indefensible.
Thank
When
you, Your
I
Honor.
say
I've
that-
reviewed them. I have no objection to any
right,
of these photographs.
so we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805,
That Australia is just kangaroos.
1807, 1808, 1810, 1811, 1812, 1814, 1815, 1816, 1817, 1819, 1820, 1821, 1825, 1827, 1828.
Bingo!
1829.
Stop!
1830,
Bingo! I called it.
1831, 1834, 1835, 1837, 1838, 1839, 1840, 1841, and 1842.
Oh
Did I
my
get them all?
god!
I believe so.
I want to make sure more than believe so.
Whoever
we
did
got
yes
solid
that,
evidence.
that's value for his
They're
fucking
all
$5.
evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on before you
Keep it
publish
moving.
them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was this in Australia?
It was I think like a well-known sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, if you can pull up 1810.
Do we have 1810?
Is this another picture from that home?
Lee Cox, do we have 1810?
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Okay. And then let's go, Michelle, if you can pull up 1811. Is that a picture of the
10?
home?
That's the house, yes.
11?
And let's go to 1812.
11, 12?
And that's,
That's the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
12.
and
It's
then.
a nice ass home,
Let's
holy.
look at 1813.
12 and 13? Your time down. Let me, I'm gonna mod Lee Cox for a little bit.
I guess that's just another view, little over of the swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's do one more, 1814.
13, 14. Give me.
This is inside the house.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some,
Wait,
what
did it not
if
work?
anything is that
Mod
back
Lee
there?
Cox.
That's the kitchen.
Okay, and this is the dining room, and this is on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay. Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask you to take this jury through your experience, what happened in Australia
1814.
once you arrived there.
Cabinets, okay?
Well, I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him before I left, and then in transit, I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said, I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai. And he said, I miss my wife. I felt, okay, safe to, it's good. And I missed him so much, that's all I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in, I arrived early. I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him. And he was so, like, he had lost a ton of weight. So.
Was that good or bad?
I just knew something was up. And he kind of quickly, kissed me and kind of, we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There's some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We'd just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was, and he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time, that was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that, or so I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay? He had already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go, but for the wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue. I just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected and what I wanted. And it just seemed delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, like, it kind of started an argument.
It's inconsistent because...
And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, you know, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off.
Shrooms at the campfire turned bad.
We have an argument about
then shrooms at the wedding. That's okay.
Am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was
MDMA in
like,
the plane goes bad.
I actually wasn't thinking of leaving
MDMA
yet, but
then bad again.
That would
How does that make sense?
Be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, you know. I just slid, screeching my skin against this like beautiful wooden floor. And we had another argument that was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on-off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him, screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off. I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. You know, it wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. You know, there's a back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, you know, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that
You should hope.
I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. He confirmed when I asked him that he had not slept. He had not eaten, so I tried to get him to eat. We get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne, and by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I had just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about
What?
him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. You know, my co-star.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening?
I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh yeah, sorry if I left that out. That when we had the argument about the MDMA, he suggested to me that it wasn't on the no-fly list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his that was his defense. Like, this isn't the. You didn't say I couldn't have this, and you know, over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff.
What?
I wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation. It seemed like in his mind, you know, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many.
A handful.
But when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left.
A handful?
And I think it was either 8 or 10. I can't recall as I sit here now. Either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
That he
Lady,
had taken or that were left?
lady, please. Lady, please.
I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took. So I remember saying, you
Objection,
took all-
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
8 or 10. That's like
No,
what?
or only a
like
a few
1.2
left in the
grams?
bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
he confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10.
Fuck off.
8 or 10.
Just stop.
And
No,
you say at
absolutely no
this point,
shot.
is that the first
Absolutely
night?
not.
Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've
Nope.
already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs. He was still awake.
Okay. Please continue
Assuming the
with that
capsules
second
would
day.
be like 125
he's
at
accusing
the least
me
to 200
Of
milligrams a
being
pop.
his sister. He was accusing me of not liking his sister.
We're talking about up until 2
Something
grams.
about the wedding. I was trying to
That's
put out
insanity.
that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And then when it came up with his sister, he
Even with tolerance. Stop.
was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he, I mentioned that, well, I can't say what I mentioned. He, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who's on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored
Sorry,
out.
I was looking at something.
He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney to do a post-nup, because we got married in February, and there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had had interactions with his sister, and so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her and said the only way out of this was death. Again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015, probably 25 times. So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all. At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, you need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off, clean up, sober up. And I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge, I got out the steaks so that they would be ready to cook, and I got out some of the food I was going to put together for dinner. I went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the next thing I remember is coming downstairs and looking for him. We had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Can we fucking...
He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me. And I realized I was back on the chopping block. I realized it was back, I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something. Try to say what he's saying.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
He was just belligerent. I don't know how to describe to you because it wasn't making sense. It wasn't making sense. I don't know how. I don't know how the immediate next string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a wall next to the...
Her descriptive of the severity of things is,
it's more of a bar. I remember there were these cooling fridges, and
subject to interpretation, to say the least.
Being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling. I said,
had he been drinking by this time?
He was
Calls
drinking.
for speculation and leading.
Guys,
I'll say this to
when
you.
it's her, it's
What if any
slammed,
drinks had you
crushed,
observed Mr. Depp have
shoved.
by this time?
Well, I had already seen him.
But when it's her
drink.
doing it,
Right in
it's
front of me, took a big swig out of the
tapping,
wine bottle upstairs, right in front of
gently
me.
pushing,
As in a gesture,
nicely hitting.
Like looked right at me and took a big swig out of it, as a like a
brushing
show
to brushing.
did it right in my face to make a point. And then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. It sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back, and he said, "Do you want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point, I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he...
Dude, fuck Jack Sparrow, dude. We have Captain America here, boys.
Gets on top of me.
Sends her flying, flings her
table.
across rooms.
And is just whacking me in the face. Like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking, and he holds up this bottle to me, and I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid. Focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop.
No!
Why don't I take it from him? Go on. Kept saying, go on.
Is this the incident?
And kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me.
I can fix it, look.
He's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it.
I gotta give it to I need to give chat to the tab.
I pick it up and I
stop lagging.
slam it down on the ground right in between us.
Now look.
It's a tile floor, a white
No
tile
more
floor.
lagging.
And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid. Sorry. It was like a light bulb switch went off.
Boom.
And he starts screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I pick myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand, and he threw it at me. It missed, thankfully, but I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face. I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence-wise when that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember
Oh, come
him having
on.
me by the nightgown. I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes.
Oh, please.
He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like a, I don't know, like an L shape. Though he's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of this sink, surrounded by bar on three sides with him in front of me-ish, kind of front off to the left, and he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit.
Out of ammo.
And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area, because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from the wall to the countertops.
In the glass?
At one point, he has me up against the wall, and he's punching the wall. He had my, nightgown, and kind of ripped it off my chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting me that he has my breasts in his hand.
In the glass?
My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off of me. So I was naked, and I'm slipping around on this tile and trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile. Glass was underneath me, and I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really destabilized and felt really vulnerable. I'm naked, and he's flinging me around, and at some point I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that I ruined his life. I remember I ruined his life over and over. And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There was a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life." And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held. And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again smashing this phone into the wall over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing. He was smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall. And at some point, he's on top of me, no phone, but screaming the same thing. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life. I'm on the countertop. It had me by the neck. And he felt like he was on top of me. And I'm looking at him in his eyes. And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. And he was looking at me, and
what's black?
I was trying
He's black.
to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny. And I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping, my arms were slipping on the countertops. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. Please. I don't know. Please, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand. The next thing I remember, I was bent over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this, my back was on the countertops, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was. I'm sorry. He was. I felt this pressure. He owned my pubic bone, and he thought he was punching me. I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me. But I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting him. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still, not wanting to move. I I remember looking around the room. I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass. And I remember they just not wanting to move.
No, I see one now.
Because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it. I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. If he would know, I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I just remember thinking, please God, please, I hope it's not broken.
What?
I don't know how that ended. I don't know how I got off the countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember retching. I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching. I remember there was blood on the floor. I got up at some point. I don't know how that night ended.
Oh, come on!
I don't remember what happened.
What?
I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember
Come on!
going outside the front door. I remember him coming out to the front area, but I don't remember. If that was before or after this, I don't remember. I just have that memory. I remember taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch, like 2, which is a lot.
3 times in one story. Well, an important detail is for gore.
I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep because I woke up the next day.
All the bodily movements and transitions,
I assume it was
one
late
by the other, are all for gore.
I could hear him downstairs. I could hear Marilyn Manson music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring.
I became aware, but I don't remember. How does it make sense?
Obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs.
Huh?
And the brown on the walls became clear, like lettering.
Oh.
And then it was obvious it was dried blood. He had written down this that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet. I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips. So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name, but I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message walking down the stairs.
Guys, this is not even in line with the butler's testimony of the guy who cleaned it up.
Surreal. I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was navy blue paint and then brown paint. And then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. My canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, a painting that the owners had that had, like giant penis on it, and some other things. There was a table overturned, a bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, and that's where I found him, blaring this music. He was in the study, which is by the bar games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and a broken window, and just, it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked into the study. There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. And he just looked, he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny. He was standing at the office desk. He had his hand wrapped in this, rags, or, bandana rags. And I think he took them down or somehow showed me, and he said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you," something to that effect. And
wow, she remembers that.
I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that's like he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around. And we didn't have any sort of coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and I said, "What did you do? When? What did you do? When?" And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that was happened with the phone.
Hours.
In any case, I knew it had been way too long, that he had this blood, that he was bleeding, and I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now."
Where has she been?
I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry-level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull. And I was thinking, that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was. I thought maybe, I don't know, sober him up, or I don't know. Help was coming though, and I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it.
Your husband is drawing in blood everywhere for hours, apparently.
And it was like back to square one.
He's bandaged up.
Shortly after that, security
and you think
arrives.
It's time for coffee.
I don't know how long, maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but they kind of find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on, and as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house, saying that he had more messages for me. And this is in front of security. And they kind of just looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half, played it off and corraled him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling a wild animal back into the house with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the wall of the house, and I remember him standing at the wall trying to.
Is anybody going to call the hospital? Is anybody going to ask if things going on?
More information for me. Is going to.
Is she going to ask if there's a medical thing happening? Is she going to ask where the blood is from? Is she going to do?
It made no sense.
What is anything going to? It's her new. It's her new husband.
Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses. Shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor.
What?
Trying to give her drugs. She didn't say anything. Thank you. Keep going.
And I just remember crying and rejecting what they were trying to give me and fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea, like,
there's blood on the walls, madam.
Something he could die from. If anything, just the drugs and the alcohol. I mean.
Well, no, the blood though. No, the blood. The blood's fine.
Alone, I didn't. You know, I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, this dark.
There's a
theater
book of
room,
blood on the walls.
What the heck was going on?
Nah, the drugs though. The drugs though.
And I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and they. I'm sorry, Debbie, and. Or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep.
Yes, it's like some live. That's what's happening.
I came back downstairs.
And some guys playing The Sims with her. Go there.
Look for my phone.
Cook coffee.
Which Johnny had picked
Sleep.
up before.
Go bathroom.
Security came in.
Go sleep.
He picked up my phone.
What?
And said, we're going to get to the bottom of this. He wasn't making any sense at the time. I understandably just different. Nothing made sense.
Poop.
But he picked up my phone and was saying, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this. Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time.
Wait, what?
Think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up and went downstairs to get it. It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting. Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this sedative, and fell asleep. And then I think the next day, I went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. Just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and eventually left Australia with Ben King, who you met.
Where are all the details of this? This is important details, and you should see over them.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home.
Why are we moving forward? Move backwards. What about the details of what's
Do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
Ow.
No, I don't.
Coffee on me.
Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Do you recall what color
me.
it was?
Well, I believe it was white, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle.
Okay.
I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it. And I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember like what brand.
Okay.
Four-door classic.
When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food did you see?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, of course you didn't.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled. There was mashed potatoes
That's
smeared all
literally
over the bedroom door.
That's literally
on
leading,
the
though.
wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. Had little like specks of green in it, I assumed to be spinach. And throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places.
As they love, no, it's just obvious though.
Countertops, walls, doors, as I mentioned. And later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house, or pieces of it. It was cut up. And he
Wait a minute.
ripped my nightgown into pieces, into shreds, and wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown. It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped, I found it, I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer, in the closet drawer. I mean, just raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls. It was bizarre.
What, if anything, do you recall seeing on any mirrors?
Oh, he had written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had, there was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was
For gore again?
retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
That's also leading.
Well, he wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of go-getter.
Literally,
or sort of
it is
thing,
literally leading.
that sort of language, but calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, like just things about
Because she
ego
knows about the
and
lampshade.
what a-
She isn't talking about it.
And
Lampshade is far away.
it was hard
It's
to make
entirely
sense of
out.
it because
Then she talks about,
it
oh,
was
what about the lampshade?
clear he was just
She's
out of his
leading the
mind.
witness
It was-
to
I
the
mean,
lampshade, even though they weren't there.
What
are you talking about?
On a back of a pillow in blood, and you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like it took a. In fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages became the markings became clearly letters, and the letters kind of became. Like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood or wasn't bleeding enough and went and got paint. And then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the dried blood was. And then I could see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to go back to the time in the bar, and I know this is very painful.
So
Do
much
you
memory
recall
for detail.
what Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
He said that he would fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again. He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
And did you experience any pain later?
I wasn't thinking about that. I was heartbroken. Eventually, I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding. But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken, or else it would be a lot worse. And the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how scared, shocked I was. I'm scared. I just married this man. I just married him.
And forgive me for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear. You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina? With the bottle. I'm so sorry.
Do this.
I am so sorry.
Okay. Lawyer person, come on. Come on.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me. And was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
Did you experience any cuts on other parts of your body?
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did you have any other bruising?
Wait, but where's the blood? What?
I had a bruise
Wait,
across
what?
my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs.
Then what was the blood then?
I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
Medical records? Pictures? Testimony of the butler on the plane?
I'm going to ask you to turn to...
She's on the plane. Her
Let's go
arms
to,
looked redded
18...
with mini stuff, not glass cuts.
10. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can bring that up. Defendants 1815. I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we could publish.
Yes, they can all be published.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And
Ding, ding, ding. Gimme.
based on your testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me, and was pushing on my throat, actually, at some point when I was on the table. I had forgotten about that. And this, though, looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't look quite like this.
Okay. And did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table collapsed underneath me when Johnny threw me into it and got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
We could look at 1816, please.
1816?
Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
Give me NBC feed. Give me NBC feed.
Yes.
What is it?
Collapse and then
No, we don't have it on NBC either.
it looks like the bottles that were
Detox.
by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up, still drinking.
If we could go to defendants 1817.
16. What does that show? I don't. This is like
The
nothing.
bottle shape. The bottle shape.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, I have not,
Go back to 1816, please.
Your Honor, I had refused. Is there a question?
I'd like to ask a question.
What more do you recall?
you had, sorry, it took me a minute to respond because
Oh, sorry. There's some. Yeah. This one has juice.
it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it.
Guys, the audio is like this. It's not my fault.
And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before. And I felt my stomach tighten up, like I was going to be sick when I saw it. Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure, like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me.
It's not my bug. It's that's a streamer.
I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or a bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought it was, his arm looked like he was punching me.
We can try this.
And I hadn't seen this bottle. I thought he was punching me. I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or a bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought it was, his arm looked like he was punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817.
Hitting live, it doesn't fix
Do you
that. It's
recognize
YouTube. And how it works. Please stop.
This
This is it's
area or this picture?
wine. Wine. It's yes. It's wine.
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It was quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay. And then let's go to 1818. Actually, I think
I'm
that's...
sorry, which?
Yeah, I don't have that.
That's
No.
not in evidence.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819. My apologies.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Wine.
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the countertop by my neck, my feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember my feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up.
Guys, is
I
it
couldn't
audio
alleviate the
fixed or
pressure
not?
on my neck as he was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me. right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped and.
It's not.
And when you say to the left of the wall,
I can resync if you want.
the picture.
Of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped and.
And when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm going back.
And when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. Well, it looked heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. You know, it looked like these like really heavy glass. Excuse me, it's really thick, heavy, not plastic, but like a Bakelite or something heavy material on it. That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821, defendants. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Okay. Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
And you see straight ahead at the very, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be
more
some
than
broken
just
glass.
this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing things at me. My body was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt though on the backs of my arms. Like when the window shattered.
Okay. Let's go to 1822.
1822, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly what I just went over here. Let's go to 1825, I think. Is that the next one, Your Honor?
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up. It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring. When I found him and told him that I was going to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
Okay.
So want to take a picture of that then? Can we see it?
Then let's go to 1827.
Okay. So we don't get to see it then.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first.
Who rents a house and paints on their furniture and their carpets?
Kind of my painting area, and those are the canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look by the white tablecloth table to the right of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828. And do you recognize what's in that one?
I do.
Check first.
Those are my were my paintings. That
It's not bad. I don't think I'm gonna get banned.
I don't know when he did
art.
that, if it
It's
was
art.
before or after the writing on the walls, but
It's art.
he just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure, so the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's two or three, and then there's a smaller
It could be
one
human.
in
It
the-
could be alien.
in
It could
the-
be
in
a
the
guy. It could be a
center,
girl.
and
We don't know.
That was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay, and then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was
Oh.
that dark colors before, or,
I am a,
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
And then to the right side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified
Well, not that
to.
bad. I mean,
Is that what that picture looked like before, or is that,
So,
Objection, leading.
what if any changes were there to that picture?
well, the three canvases
She's actually terrible.
were portraits.
See right there?
So they looked similar
That's
to the one that's
complete
in the
dog shit.
center.
And
that
that
I was
one-
doing
that
with
one
his
is dog shit too.
daughter.
Okay. And the white that's below,
I mean, I
what
don't
if
know.
any changes were there to that?
What's the relevance of this anyway?
Canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was. It looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, sustain.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection,
That was not, what if any?
What's the objection?
leading.
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days, roughly. There might have been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
Damage to what? We don't know
also
we don't know
gonna-
what's before this.
Take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also, Johnny was covered in paint, so to answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some paint on that as well?
Yes, there was paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated, there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was just, like, if you're looking at this, I believe it was on the wall, almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection.
Yeah, that's
but
a
I can't
window.
be entirely sure.
That's a window.
Let's go to 1828.
I think that was 1828.
Oh, 1829, my apologies. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And what was this?
This is one of the lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830.
What's the dot here? This looks like it's. What's that?
Do you
It's not
recognize
blood.
this?
It's not blood.
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay. And
Looks like a fake
if you
blood
could
hole.
just look to the left, and I'm going to go ahead and circle it over here. You see red and black there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
This is lipstick or paint.
And based on looking at this area that I have circled, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation leading.
Standing objection.
Yo, the guy in production, what you're doing when you're checking evidence on somebody's channel, on someone else's channel,
This might be a good
I'm not
time
going
to
to say
take
you
a
are.
break. Why don't we go ahead
Okay.
and take our afternoon
Mute
break?
their
Let's go
audio.
ahead and
Don't
have
layer
our,
the audio.
Break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody, and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here. All right, in 15 minutes.
I get some gummies. I don't give a fuck.
All right, so we'll come back at 4:02. Okay.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right. Thank you.
Okay. There's a couple, guys. There's a couple things to cover here, boys. Okay. What the fuck happened there? Hello? Okay. Okay. Recap for the late joiners.
Get him off me, and
So
he shoved me back, and he said, "You want to go, little girl?"
they're going through all the instances of abuse, right? One by one. A lot of this was not in Johnny's testimony, but the times where he was hurt or injured or bled or I assume possibly assaulted from his testimony. Now there's like overlap, right? So now we're getting we saw their testimony, Johnny's testimony, and their witnesses last week. Now we have Amber's side of the story, right? And instead of having multiple witnesses, instead of having detailed events, detailed things, full story, we have a like oh, this happened and then I don't remember. This happens, I don't remember. This happens, I don't remember. And unfortunately, the problem is the problem that I have. I'm just telling you guys. I get it. It's not witness day. I get it. But she says that there was nobody. So who's gonna be her witness? Who's gonna be her witness? If she says there was nobody. Because the butler came in and cleaned stuff up and helped and found the finger. She says there's nobody. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe we're not there in the story yet.
Trial more than XQC pauses a Jubilee video Pepe agony.
Settle down, settle down. Okay. She says that he threw so many bottles that he ran out of ammo. Literally. The pictures show barely any glass or any broken things. Two. If there was that much glass on the ground that they ran out of ammo, right? They would have cut their feet, I would assume, unless they're walking with their shoes inside, which is also a probability. But I don't think she said that. They said they were slipping on the thing. Guys, I'm not saying she's wrong or right. I'm just telling you the problems that I have with the story, with how it was given to me. Okay, now let me talk, please. Let me talk, please. Okay. She said she was naked, so I assume no shoes. A lot of glass, so much glass that they ran out of ammo, so her feet would be cut up. If her feet would be cut up, there would be blood. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying she said her feet was cut up and she was naked. Assuming that there's glass everywhere, and she said her feet was cut off, there would be trails of blood, footprints of blood, blood on the way up, blood on the way whatever. And then, if she would have taken pictures, she would have taken her due diligence of taking the pictures of that. And that would go into evidence. We don't have that. Also, the butler said he doesn't remember having blood splatters or marks of that kind. He saw blood drips that you would have if you were bleeding from your fucking finger or some shit, which is what happened, right? I'm not doing a result-based analysis, but there's blood drips, not slides or footprints or some shit. Blood drips, and he said there was blood trails on the walls, like you would do this with your hand. That's what he said. Okay, but from her point of view, what happened? What did she say about this? She said she doesn't remember. She said from that point on, it's all black. All black. And she said she went to sleep, right? And she doesn't remember any of this at all, right? Then, under her testimony, she says her arms were all cut up by glass, right? That you would assume. Her arms all cut up, right? Right? By glass. On the plane, the testimony, which we have to assume would be the truth in that regard, just like hers is the truth. The butler says he saw her arms were redded, and we had evidence of that. Remember that? The evidence of that? And it's like scratches. It's like mini scratches or whatever. It's like redded, whatever. He says he didn't notice any injuries or any bleeding or juices on his arm, right? That's what he says. And there's evidence of that. So that kind of makes sense. I feel like if you're cut up with glass, right, you'll get some pretty significant marks. You're gonna get marks and scars and something was wrong. Unless every cut, all of them, there was a bunch of them. Every cut didn't go that far into blood or that far past the flesh or the outer skin, right? Is everybody still with me on this or not? That's my perspective. So all the cuts, all the glass, none of it went past the superficial point where it actually cuts. It just kind of scratches, right? So her arms are cut up. The proof is that there's red scratches like a cat. Her feet are cut up, no blood anywhere. She takes pictures, no pictures of blood on the ground that have anything to do with feet, or it's all drips and drops. When you bleed from your foot, unless you're flying in the air, how do you only get drops? How? Because you don't have to be a blood forensic expert to say that if both your feet are cut up and you're walking, it's not gonna drip drop like you're levitating. It'll be lines. At least. None of that. So, in between this and the blood on the walls, she sleeps and forgot. What happened? Right? Drips and drops. And then it's all black. And then another problem I have with her story. Guys, this is a problem that we've been having since the beginning of the fucking trials, right? It's, yes, understand her information, and that's what you should do as somebody who's watching, but then try to put yourself in her shoes, right? She says she cares a lot, and she's trying to help, but then you see her, starts recording, and says nothing but antagonizing. But in this instance, right? She says, oh my God, I can't wait to see my newlywed husband. I'm dying to see him, and I'm gonna fly from Dubai and go to Australia and see my new husband. I love him so much; he's the love of my life, right? Then some shit happens, and he says, this happened to me. There's blood everywhere on the walls. Boom, boom, blood marks. She says, dried blood on the counters. Blood everywhere. And he says that he's holding a big ass rag, a rag of bullshit on his arm, and it's unleashed. And she thinks Oh, we're not gonna call the hospital. We're not gonna call 911. We're not gonna ask for help. I'm not gonna investigate and ask him how he's doing or what's happening. Instead, I will attend to his needs for caffeine, Red Bull and coffee, right? And then more periods of black. More. I don't remember what the fuck is going on, right? How can you justify, in her perspective, that somebody that you say you're dying in love with, you're dying to see, is possibly bleeding to fucking death, literally bleeding to death, right? Oh, that you would think, right? And you say, I'm gonna give him some motherfucking coffee. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What are you saying, Daily Dose? What about Daily Dose? I'm not watching Daily Dose on it, man. I'm watching this shit. Yeah, of course. If you're bleeding, it's worse. You're bleeding faster. It's a vasoconstrictor plus it's caffeine. It'll yes, bad. It's not. I'm pretty sure it is caffeine. No. Caffeine, yes. Not dilatator, that'd be alcohol. Vasoconstrictor, which means yes. It's not negligible the difference. I think come on, man. Okay. Okay. Right? Yeah, I understand it. I understand it. Same thing. Yeah. Why did Johnny not call the hospital? Why Johnny not call the hospital? He's literally drawing in blood. Yeah, that also is a problem. What is it? Why didn't he call the hospital? There's a lot of points of defense that they can put argue with this. One, I mean, they're going for absolute fucking mob mode, right? Literally drawing with blood. But this is her testimony. This is her testimony, though. As if you try to come across as caring, and you're there to help, and you don't know what's going on, and she says she forgot everything, right? Why doesn't she want to know?
Breathe. And I remember trying to get up. I was slipping on the glass. My feet.
Unmute what? Guys, it's not live right now.
I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing.
All I want to know is the inconsistencies. If there's these 3 or 4 questions that I have, I want to know what the problem is. I want to know what the problem is. Why did she ask? Why didn't you ask for anything? From her perspective, it's just like, oh, guys, blood on the walls, blood everywhere, guys, fucking things going nuts, guy screaming with a fucking towel over his arm and shit like that, man about to fucking pass out for fucking blood loss, man, how about a brew, boys, guys, how about a brew, How about some coffee? How about we get a nice Brazilian roast? It's time for sure. Something unmute, guys. Something unmute, guys. Something that. Guys, we already saw this.
I don't know how.
The trial is not live. They're on break, sucker.
What happened next? I don't understand.
So then after the break, guys, they're gonna get to the part where I guess people are coming in, they're consoling her, right? From their story. They're consoling her, they find the finger, or the butler does, and then they go to get it fixed at the hospital. Right? I wonder now what she's gonna say about it. I think they're just going to go over it and not care. Because from her perspective, she doesn't even know that there's a finger incident. She doesn't know anything. The finger incident. Also, I feel like, guys, I also feel like, because I feel like, she suffered, injuries and whatnot, and it happened, and I have a bunch of pictures of all that. I don't know, who took those pictures? What, sometimes she can take pictures of her stuff, but she doesn't. Why? Yeah, to me this feels like a classic a selective memory loss. Either they want to avoid her going into detail, or they just want to avoid the whole thing. Hey, don't break. I'm not. You're being annoying.
And
Because, once again, I wish people understood that another problem I have with this whole thing is that she could have recorded or took pictures of things that would make their case almost indefensible, like actually impossible to defend, black on white, damning as fuck, instant loss. She had opportunities to record, document, and take pictures of landslide wins, according to her testimony, of things that happened. Landslides! And got nothing. Nothing. All we have is, I forgot, but we have recordings of and that's all we got. So I don't get it. I don't get it. If you have 100 instances of crazy happened, why do you film and record and take pictures of useless garbage? She even recorded him finding the cabinets. How is him finding the cabinets on a tilted afternoon a big need and something you have to do, but him crushing, blasting, fucking killing, blooding, not a concern or something that needs to be filmed? What the fuck is happening? A lot of states have two-party consent laws, meaning the recordings as illegal. No, I'm pretty sure they are in a residence and they live in their own house. If they both live there, I think that the recordings that need to be admissible. Otherwise, yeah, yes. I'm pretty sure recordings out of your own house would be admissible.
We usually don't meet on Fridays, but is that an okay day to have trial on that Friday? It's the Friday before Memorial Day. I want to check with the jury, but I want to check with you first.
Yes.
That'll actually be closing argument day for anybody that wants to know. Okay. So, right. So I just want to make sure that keeps it on track. But if it's good with the jury, I just want to make sure that Friday is good with them.
That works for me, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, yeah, sure.
Of course they practice her testimony, but that guys, listen. Also, there's something very important, okay? Very, very important to take note of, and I wish everybody understands this, okay? Okay. Having a legal defense, legal strategy, and having legal counsel isn't an admission of guilt. Does not make you look or are guilty. It's why sometimes I saw on Twitter, people something happens with like somebody, a public figure, and they're not talking about it. They're remaining silent. Oh my! And on top of that, he got a lawyer, and you're like, somebody's making accusations that are either going to be in a civil case or a criminal case. Like, you're going to ask and you're going to hire legal representation. That's the basis of any legal fucking implications. Like, what the fuck? How does that make you look guilty? If somebody knocks me out in real life or some shit, or another public figure knocks me the fuck out, I want to press charges. I'm not, dude. I'm gonna say, oh guys, he didn't go on stream and tell you sort of how it happened, dude. He said he got a lawyer. Dude, that's why he's guilty. What? That's just brain dead. It's a legal matter. It'll be discussed and it will be cleared in a court of law, dumbass. I'm gonna get another warm. Why did not question things like Johnny? Because his finger was cut off. And he didn't say, I blacked out. I don't know what happened. There's 8 hours of what? Huh?
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment. 1830, I'm sorry. Amber, we were talking about this right before the break. It still has my highlight.
I'm waiting for the
Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
True.
Based on your perception, which color is underneath?
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendant's 375, which is already into evidence.
Yeah, the new merch. This is not new merch. This is literally. I asked for clothing samples, and they give me that on top of it.
But I don't have the control on my.
I didn't make this for assets. They made it.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
They probably just want to give me an idea of what it looks like.
My menu was hidden.
Like the inking and whatnot.
Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look. This is the picture that we saw earlier, and do you see the area that's written in red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
There's a lot of problems.
Nothing.
Do
with it,
you,
though.
before this trial, did you know who Carly Simon was?
I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right. And then if you can just remember this picture, again, the red area there that I've circled, and then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. And what, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this.
My PC or the internet, it's
YouTube.
YouTube.
In the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and
Guys,
stuff like
we
that.
we had no problems like this with the other broadcast.
And that's,
Just
let's
YouTube.
go to 374, please.
Yeah, I'll put the camera up. I think it's a bit inaccurate, but
That's already in evidence.
the other
Is that the picture you're
broadcast
referring
doesn't
to?
have both cameras.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint. and both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831.
It says stars, Billy Bob, Isa.
And did you take this picture?
No.
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
Yes, I can.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Starring Billy
That
Bob.
had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them.
Okay.
You can see, I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Guys, this is defendant exhibits.
And then
so
let's
her
go to
pictures.
377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And
I don't know why
do
this
you
is.
recall
Why,
seeing this?
why is this
picture
doctored?
earlier?
This is doctored.
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay,
It is.
thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834.
34. Gimme. Thank you. Well done.
And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835. And what does this depict?
One of the
Sam?
sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay.
Wine stains. Yeah. It is.
And then let's go to
yeah, they had wine
1837.
that day on the couch. I was there. I'm the couch.
And what does this depict?
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the,
Wine. She meant to say wine.
on
And
the duvet
my,
cover.
my friend is the
All right,
couch.
thank you.
Bed.
Now let's do 1838. And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
Okay. Let's go to 1839. What does this
Robbed?
depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
Then let's go to 1840.
Give me 40. Everybody's got 40.
And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars
40?
that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay. Then you didn't
Such
try
bad
to
production?
play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
what
Calls
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
At
out.
this point, your question. Go ahead.
Okay. What, if any, effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to 1841.
41.
What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay. And let's go to 1842.
42.
What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay. And then I've just got a few more left. 1805.
05.
And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown.
No,
And
another
it
one.
looks like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was in the house?
Well, it looks like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay. Let's go to 1806.
06.
All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808.
Oh wait.
Do you know what this depicts?
Wine spill.
Okay. All right.
Oh wait.
Now, you started to testify about, well, before we go
Wine.
there,
So what's all this?
in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage.
But she said nobody was there the 3
specifically
days.
broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of broken glass.
Wait, she said nobody was there,
In
though.
my arms when I was trying to get up, and I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Wait.
Yes.
So they
Did there come a
selectively
time
cleaned
that
up?
You
She's gonna say.
discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia.
Yes, much later, there was this 5-hour-long recording.
Okay, stop. No
and
shot.
Naturally, I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our,
If she had a single photo of her own injuries,
this one
it
was,
would
5 hours. Was
landslide
unusual.
this.
And that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of that Australia incident, if you will.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure.
Interested. Nah, her testimony is a complete joke. So now she's saying that she doesn't recollect it. She blacked out, or she has a lapse of memory. Nobody's in the house, but somebody came in and cleaned only the damning parts and only the stuff of her, and she all doesn't have a picture of her injuries. And that would have been cleaned up. This is like a 4-story building hanging on a singular pillar or whatever. I don't know about this. I don't know. I think it's I think it's shaky. I tried my best to be neutral, but now I'm gonna say this is cooked up. The butler took pictures, but these pictures I think are defendant's pictures. Defendant's pictures. Unless they can use defendants, unless they can use his juicers. That's not how it works. What do you mean it's not how it works? Yeah, cross will be pretty crazy, but I think it's in like 10 days or something like that.
Ms. Berhoff, just could you tell me the number of that, the exhibit number, so I can...
She didn't know when they were taken.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Remember, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you describe?
Let's hear it.
Let's take you to at the point you left the Australia house to go to the airport and were accompanied
Wait,
by
what?
Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that?
Wait, can we? She's teleporting.
So
She's teleporting.
I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me. And on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. He asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? That sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Oh, you motherfucker! Really, dude? Really?
Do you, when Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. I obviously didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask you a question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said
it was a different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask a question.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
I felt destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him.
I was wondering if
He might die or kill himself, because that certainly seems like the trajectory he was on.
Die from what? Die
He
from
told
what?
me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before, and combined with all the, when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with white residue on them. In them. They were in books, in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there. So I was worried he would die, and I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that there was just no way to turn this around. There was no going back, but shock. Shock.
So you flew out that airport, did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
Overruled.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand, and I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, and I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it, and
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
What?
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was so toxic. And for some reason, I couldn't get him to not hurt me. I could. And it seemed like I was hurting him. But we loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship.
Oh, no, okay, okay.
It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me, and I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
So when you got back to
Audio!
Mr. Depp came back.
A few days. Johnny came back within a few days.
So when you got back to LA, how long before Mr. Depp came back?
A few days. Johnny came back within a few days. He went to Pond Landing,
his,
and there was some house, the main house, which
conversations
what
with
we
the
did,
medical team,
doctors and stuff. And I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me.
I'm doing my best.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using Coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using Coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the Coke. So,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain.
Is she a medical professional?
When did you next?
Is she a medical professional? What the fuck is this?
When did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery
We're teleporting
that he
again.
did, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, you know, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step. You know, getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps, and before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect, of course, of him being done with all the drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little, you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015, which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you...
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out, and I saw what he was texting.
Please tell the jury about that.
Okay, dude.
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was
Texting
right
on an
after the
iPad.
wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married. Like, upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with.
Where's auto lock and
What did you
screensaver and
do as a
shit?
result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out.
No screensaver? No auto lock? No.
I immediately, like, confronted him about it. I was, you know, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which is likely in confronting him at that stage of our lives. I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. You know, it's like, I've just been through after having been through what I went through in Australia. Just weeks prior, I see this, it was like...
Wait, what?
Unbelievably painful. Unbelievably painful.
That's just ironic. Come on now.
So what did you do?
I'm yelling at him. So just yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, you know. And I just remember being so mad at him for cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments in the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are.
Oh, no.
And they connect from upstairs only.
Uh-oh.
So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time. And then you could go from that apartment into Penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, what am I going to do?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry.
Sustain.
I don't know, that was offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so you went to Whitney's. Don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
Johnny comes into Penthouse 4 and grabs me. I don't know why. I don't know what he was doing, but at one moment I I'm aware that my sister's somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and he, I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection?
Why, is this true?
Did you have the physical connection before?
Under federal law, you are not
I mean,
permitted to view, read, or listen to any communication or
trying
someone else's
to
electronic device.
Stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like all I could do is just try to.
What?
Try
I'm
to
asking,
fight
so you
back,
linked that,
try
you
to
clicked it.
not get more hurt than not doing anything would have certainly left me. I don't really recall specifics. I remember at one point he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while.
Wait, what?
Don't know how we got into. I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet, and I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I use that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him, and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. My understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him, I came into Penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where
What's
my
happening?
office was, and I could see him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, was drinking Red Bull and screaming at me, and Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think.
About
and
what?
While she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And I said I called him a pussy and said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And
so it's at her, but he hit somebody else. She hit somebody else.
He was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs. He bolted up the steps. And I don't know how he managed to get his hand in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember this brief struggle we had before we kind of break away. Whitney, my sister,
Will anybody testify to this?
In between Johnny and I, she just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first time, hit him. Like, actually hit him. Square in the face. He didn't push my sister down the stairs. And all my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I had tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me, and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away.
Okay, people were teleporting back and forth. I don't know what's happening.
I went upstairs
people
with my sister.
Teleporting in this.
And we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
So he's holding her.
All these
then he
swings. All the clothing racks were toppled
before
over. Shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. He gets swung. Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch.
And then, before he swings back,
turn over,
security
destroy, smash,
TP's in.
But my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes. There was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015.
Sorry, fucking mouse.
Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th, yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument. we had had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
When is Popo? What day is that?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming.
They skipped it.
I remember him getting on top of me at some point, toppling me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Again, this is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence.
Wait, what?
But I can't. It's flashes. So I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember at some point trying to flee upstairs, and we had he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs.
Well, it's important what you said. Can we know?
Grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head. And I went down on the stairs, and he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon foyer area. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat, and I hit my head on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go, and he did that thing where he's challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up and get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. Slammed me right in the nose. Instantly, searing pain. It's one of the few memories I have in this long relationship that I actually remember.
That would break it, no?
The physical pain in that moment, just searing. And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me? I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room, the neighboring apartment. I remember the door that connected these two these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, like metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent him from dragging me into the room. But I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal. And he drags me up to the bed, and throws me down onto the bed. It kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore. I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me.
What happened with all the other people in the house?
He sounded like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me.
No, that's different. I forgot, sorry.
He sounded like he was almost crying, or something in his voice was different. He sounded different, he sounded like he was in agony. It was high-pitched and loud. And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over again.
Listen.
And I got really still.
Jesus.
And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die. He's gonna kill me now. And I'm not. He's gonna kill me, and he won't even have realized it. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream, and I couldn't scream. I was suffocating in this pillow top.
He's like, keep your head down.
Punching me. Over and over, and I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
When you woke up, was there anyone there?
With all this pummeling and all this fighting and punching with all the rings he wears, Jesus Christ, dude, you're looking at like somebody who's probably close to dying, dude.
I remember hearing my best friend's voice
pummeling at the back of the head
Like
with
it
rings.
came,
You're looking at attempted murder. Somebody who's literally dying.
Felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came from everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming from two directions. And I realized that I was sitting on the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed.
Or at least a concussion.
With a really thick wooden frame. And it was broken from his boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was...
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it.
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me.
What?
It's a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
knowing what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called the nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone.
A concussion track? What does that mean?
I thought I probably had a concussion
Check.
and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over those pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor all over the place, actually. It was just all over the apartment. He after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
We should be getting the testimony of the nurse or whatever coming in the coming days,
Michelle,
right?
I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510.
Guys, no joke, guys, no sarcasm, no. We will get
Do you
the
recognize
medical
this
professional
photograph?
coming in as
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict
Testimonies,
the scene
right?
portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
No objection.
All right, 510 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Thank you.
we were promised blood.
And could you describe to the jury what that is?
It was chunks of my hair that Johnny ripped out while dragging me and punching me.
Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up 513, please? Defendant's 513. Does this picture accurately depict and the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 in evidence.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This is my face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my two black eyes, one is worse than the other. Like I said, maybe a day or two later. And my broken nose.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 514? Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's my face sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 514.
No objection.
514 in evidence. You can publish.
All right, if you could just briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
That's my face. Some time after, and Johnny beat me up.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could bring up defendants 515.
Now the other side looks different. Dude, why is it just put a flash? Just put a flash on your fucking camera.
Is this accurately
Put a fucking flash,
portrayed
man.
Scene depicted?
Yes.
Going to move the admission of exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515
Oh.
before.
It's 515? 515.
No objection to 515? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
515 in evidence. You can publish.
Guys, I'm not
this?
dispelling the validity of these photos. I just
Amber,
wish.
could you tell the jury?
I wish you
And
just
this is my face sometime after.
All right. Let's look at defendants
better-
516, please.
Wait. There's no lighting in this fucking room. Are they in the cavern? Are they in the cavern?
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted? Amber?
Yes, it does. This
I'd
is maybe.
Wait, let me
Also,
move it first.
I must say,
and move
Sure.
the
I don't want to
admission
be
of defendants
rude,
exhibit
but she has
516.
double eye
objection.
pockets
516 in evidence?
in real life.
Published to the
Double
jury,
eye
please.
pockets. I assume when she has no makeup, her eyes. You look,
Okay, Amber,
Jesus.
go ahead and explain what it is.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night after
Okay, that's eye pockets,
Johnny
please.
left me on the bed.
Let's go to 517. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence?
Amber, please describe for the jury what this portrays.
That's my face after this incident.
What?
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It kept
Wait, what?
reopening. You know, it's a mouth. The lips move.
Go to 519.
How?
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the
Yes.
admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
519 in evidence?
And tell the jury what this shows.
This is my lip a few days later.
Let's go to defendants 520, please. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520. Is it 521 or 520? 520.
No objection.
520 in evidence? Publish.
Can you please tell the jury what's depicted here?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing from when Johnny was dragging me by my hair.
Let's go to defendants 521.
Is it the
please.
same hair color? Dude, I don't know what I'm looking at. Next.
think that's the same. Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522.
Wait, also, wait a minute. Guys, I don't want to be crazy, but I don't know.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Well, it's a few days later.
Okay. Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
522 in evidence.
And what shows there?
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523.
Yeah, where are the brown/black roots?
Does this accurately portray the scene
It
depicted?
looks like bleach blonde from
Yes,
whenever you
I
bleach it
think
the same
this
day.
is day or so after, maybe longer. I can't tell, but yes, it does.
Move the admission of 523.
What am I
No
looking at?
objection.
523 in evidence.
What is that?
I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any, bruising did you sustain in that area?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's
What, if any, bruising did you sustain?
I'm
Same
so-
objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
What injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin, my neck, the back of my head. I had swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped, torn. They were gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple.
Okay, guys, I don't want to be weird. Okay, we heard of a headbutt on the nose,
Let's go to 524.
pummeling on the back, then hammering on the back of the head. Right?
Does this accurately portray
How does any of this match the
the
story?
scene shown?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
And what does this show?
It's I had a pretty. Can I touch the screen?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light. but I remember it was pretty.
Fucking
Ugly.
circles did fucking sighting of a ghost. Do you see
So
it?
let's go to
Pay attention to the
Defendant's
circle.
509.
Do you see it? Pay attention to the circle.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke while on top of me.
You sure it's not when we jumping on the bed to poo-poo? I'm sorry, I don't think my foot
Let's go to
downstairs.
defendants 511, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence.
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom. Not the bedroom that I was just talking about. It was the main bedroom. There had been
It's not there.
a part of the fight that happened in there too.
Let's Go to defendants 512, please.
Seven minutes away.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Right, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
12.
No objection.
512 in evidence.
512 in evidence. Publish that shit.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay. Let's go to defendants 525.
When did we ever hear about spilled wine? What?
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
My
Move the
chat broke
admission
all
of
up.
525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 in evidence.
And please tell the jury what this is.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen counter that he left on his way out, I suppose.
All right. And I think defendants 526 is already into evidence. Could you just bring that
Yes,
up?
526 is in evidence.
What is that? How does that help or depict the story?
All right. Now, Amber, as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents, and my sister, and we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny.
Huh?
They wanted me to leave him.
Did you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on
What?
December 16?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year.
Was it not Hill at
in
that
London,
point, according to her?
before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show called The James Corden Show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it,
On the
meaning
phone?
hiding it, so I could make an appearance.
I thought they had to check you with a light in the eyes or whatever and do some other shit.
I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the
Gambling.
lesions on my head with the hairspray, because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy, matte red lipstick. I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was a one of my favorite colors to wear, and this occasion we had no choice because nothing else
it's
would
still
hide.
bleeding. I think they need to check her for
My busted lip. And I went on the show. Did what I always
poor
do.
scabbing, some sort of
I
blood
told
condition.
people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Poor coagulation and
You're not
whatnot.
offered to
Nope.
prove the truth of the matter, but,
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. And did there come a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually I did.
Okay. And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was, obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he caused in my experience. He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I eventually heard from him, and
What?
he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, it's like,
Is it the James thing?
I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married
That's fake
couple
news again?
with his kids
I
and
fell for it?
everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
I guess I was trying to explain.
Go ahead.
That, just violence every time each one of these, every single one of these instances was like a heavy coin put into a piggy bank. And, you think, okay, well, each single one of these is like.
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
I think it's responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, with whom did you go?
If we could ask the question.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process
I'm trying
of
to ask,
whether
man.
to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
I guess I was trying to explain.
Go ahead.
That, just after you think each one of these is, it's almost like for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. It's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to, and then before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy, you can't leave. For every single time I went back or allowed him back after this sort of thing would happen, I lost a piece of myself, a piece of my self-confidence,
It's fixed.
my trust in myself to leave and move on. I lost the fortifications, I lost myself, and
Nope.
it was somehow easier to stay.
Food.
I didn't want to stay in the violence or or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny, the good Johnny that I loved. So I put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment and hope and future, and I forgive him. It wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again. Clean and sober once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse. And part of me thought that maybe it just needed to get this bad to get, now we can't go back. There's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it was going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me again. He'd rather die than do that, is what he was saying. And I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually, I got in the car with Johnny, and we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays, and what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
Towards the end of the trip, the trip itself was pretty nice, but towards the end, he started drinking again. Started with wine, and we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off. I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that. And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with, because they made a huge difference in my life. So if I knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him, and he's nodding off, and every single time he kind of nods off, he dumps this glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happened 3 times. First time, whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it a little weighted. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just promised that it was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And the third time this happens, I jump up. I already changed my pants twice. And I jumped up and I shout at Johnny, what are you doing? Or, Johnny, spill on me again, something to that effect. And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It explains what's coming.
Give you a good approach. I just don't know.
Nah, it's difficult. From my perspective as a viewer, so I assume maybe even as a jury, right? If you're there, I kind of wish she'd tell us, oh yeah, we're drinking, we're doing this, whatever. Seems like he's always drinking, he's always doing drugs, but she's always sober, immune to drugs, invincible to substances. Always intact, and her testimony is to be trusted, and even in a perfect scenarios, she forgets everything, but then she's on shrooms, and she remembers every single instance of whatever the fuck, and she remembers the color of the light in the ceiling. But whenever she's perfect and chilling, nah, it was all black for 8 hours. Sorry, it's just all black. What can you do? I'm in trauma. I'm hurt. It is what it is. Like, what is that, man?
Amber, please continue. Jack said.
It says, are you okay or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say to Jack, but really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. And to make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I kind of say this in a pointed way at Jack, thanking him for offering. And I get up, go to the closet,
Jack?
take off the pants that have just been ruined. And Johnny comes into the closet right after me. Do it. And he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him. Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again, or I hate you, or something in response, you know, just something. So that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag. And I kind of like get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the bathroom with me.
Oh no.
And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door or if he just shut it. But again, brings me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my vagina, like, I was wearing this peach, kind of like netted kind of style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit out of the way, and just kind of held me there. And asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now? He's kind of taunting me while jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, not just like teasing me. You know, like, oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough, now what? Now what? I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room, or he went into the room. I don't know who went into the main room first.
Oh, blacked out again. Fuck.
I just remember his hand landing on the back of my shoulder neck area. I remember trying to get him off of me. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do remember I knew I needed to get away from him. At some point I ran. I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio. At some point before I ran, he swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it made, but I remember running. I threw something at in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran down the deck. Ran out into the kind of like parking lot area, this gravel parking lot area outside of the house. And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me. Grabbed me by the hair, swung me around. I remember he hit my face at least once, but I'm not quite sure in what sequence Was it before I broke away or after? I don't remember. I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV. I remember the headlights. I remember separating from him, or them kind of running up and saying something and separating us. And I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening, is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
For Gora.
Is that the end of?
So she TP's in.
This is a good breaking point.
Yes. All right.
Then TP's out.
Okay, ladies and
It's a common thing.
gentlemen, you can just stay there for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking, again, this is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be seeing you until May 16th. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the remainder of the case will progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is, starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30, so I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay? The other thing I need from you is Friday, May 27th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments, and the case is going to be turned over to you for deliberations on that day, okay? So I wanted to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do.
9 to 5.
Now, I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities, the responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case? All right, so you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, etc., or any similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway, okay? So please enjoy your week off, get plenty of fresh air and rest, all right? And then I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 16th, okay? All right, thank you.
I'll do whatever I want, bro. I'm not standing. Guys,
all right. And
everybody knows,
since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody.
The first thing Johnny does when he comes back home,
you can
watch my pod. He told me.
With your attorneys, I have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of before we finish.
Real. What kind of chill? He calls me X, I call him Joe. What kind of cool like that? And Joe who? Joe Mama.
Attorneys, I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we finished all the depositions. I want to thank all of you for last Friday and staying here until I think it was 9 o'clock at night. But we got them all done, and I really appreciate all your work on that. It does
9 o'clock.
And now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So, so no more depositions. What I'd also, for planning purposes though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, the day is going to be a little different.
She has
we'll start at 9.
What is that, 13-hour days?
For our morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30, so I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably be between, I don't know, 3:15 to 3:30, maybe even a little later to 3:45, we'll see. And then we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead and give you your times as of this very minute.
Chad, she probably gets paid overtime
what you have
rates,
left,
right?
Okay. Are you ready?
She must be getting that
Mr.
fucking
Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Let's wait.
paid in double. No, she doesn't. Okay.
That's
There
why
we go.
we're here.
There we go. That's right. Okay. There we go. All right. So plaintiff has used 35 hours and 6 minutes. Defendants have used 36 hours and 31 minutes, which means the plaintiff has 26 hours and 9 minutes left, and the defendant has 24 hours and 44 minutes left. Okay? And just a reminder, as we said from the very beginning, once time is up, once your time is up, your time is up. If it's in the middle of a witness, I'm going to stop you. Okay? So make sure, the 9 to 5 schedule, when we start back on May 16th, will give us a little buffer, but not much. So I will be keeping everyone on task for those last 2 weeks. So keep that in mind as well. Enjoy the next week. I don't anticipate I will hear from you for this next week. If there's an emergency, I understand that, but just remember what my definition of an emergency is. Okay, we all remember that? All right, great. So other than that, does anybody have anything else for me?
I have a question. What if the judge, which coordinates the whole thing, kind of is the
Sam says
centerpiece,
24.
has to take a shit?
If you add 36 hours and 31 minutes and 24 hours and 44 minutes, you get what?
You know what I think? I think the judge's booth is like wired
We can
in.
get with Sammy when we're done, okay?
Under the drapes, they go on a throne,
right or wrong?
and it's soundproofed, and they just.
What's that? 61 hours and 15 minutes. Does that add up then?
Boom.
That is right. Mr. Ronberg says I'm right. Okay, so that's the right time.
They just go.
Sammy did it 3 times over, so I thought that was right. You made him very nervous.
Boom, done.
Okay, so that's good. Everything else?
No.
Anything else? Yes,
Your Honor,
ma'am.
we do have our updated exhibit
Okay.
page that you requested.
Oh, perfect.
From
All right.
plaintiff. May
All
I
right.
approach?
That's not pretty useful. They
Okay,
should have
that's
that.
everything we needed? Okay. All right, we'll get that. All right, anything else? We're good? All right, we'll see you Monday, May 16th, 9 a.m., right? All right, thank you.
That was interesting. Damn, holy fuck. Yep, I don't know about this, boys. Like I said, kind of have to remain somewhat neutral, because like, if you end up being wrong, you look like a jackass. These pictures were fucking dog shit. Guys, the pictures were dog shit. The testimony didn't match the pictures. There's a lack of pictures, and the one that we have don't match the story. Why? Why? Hey! Guys, maybe it's just because he's a boomer. Guys, he has all the gestures that my dad does, and he writes exactly the same in his messages. A lot of caps lock out of the fucking blue, a lot of dots, a lot of a question mark. It's like almost, I don't know, it's like really weird. It's almost kind of scary. What? You know, the way he writes and shit like that. Almost like fucking like poems or some shit. My dad does that in his emails. It's kind of odd. Get my title? Fuck you, man. Nah, I'm just mean it's not. It's just, maybe it's like a boomer thing. It's like a boomer thing. Did I watch Pirates in French? Yes, I watched all the Pirates of the Caribbean in French. Le Capitaine Jack Sparrow. What? That's how it is. I want me to tell you. It's what? I didn't do it wrong, did I? Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Chat, What happens when they come back in a week? Is it straight up cross exam or not? Is this gonna be straight to cross, or do they have more to say? They have more to say about this, right? They definitely have a lot more to say about this. It's probably gonna be almost an entire week of just her talking, or a couple more days, and then her witnesses probably, right? Which is probably gonna be like a couple people, maybe 2 or 3. Probably employees or like that of the estates and whatnot. And then Garbanzo. And then it's cross, yeah. The gardener. Oh, Noe. Yeah, that was interesting though. I wonder what Aslan thinks about it.
Negatively affected by this on a personal level, and I also just dislike it. Like, that's really what it comes down. I dislike it. It pisses me off to see this, and I don't like seeing it. It's literally that simple. And that's all there is to it. Cody situation. I mean, Jeff, like, I've got a bunch of my friends stream on Monday, May 16th, where the shit show goes on. Of course I will. Absolutely I will. Yeah, of course. Older generation isn't old enough to remember what he did. Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of guys that get away with that. There are. And what's in the bio? Relevant people, a Twitter account? Well, I don't know about that. Let's be honest. Rihanna provoked Chris Brown. I think that being provoked. So, like, what level of provocation should, like, I mean, what did she say? Like, what was the word that she said to him that, like, made him get mad? Like, I can't say what that is.
Oh, no, I don't agree with that.
It's ridiculous, man. And
no, I don't agree with that.
It pisses me off to see this shit, and it's just really annoying. I fucked all you dickhead. You're voting for what's this here? Johnny or Ambi. I feel like Johnny Depp. Here's what I'm assuming is I'm assuming that some of the violence was probably it did come from Johnny Depp, but we don't know how it happened. So, like, for example, if like she threw,
well, because of provocation or not,
there are no visible injuries.
I don't know.
Amber Heard
violence
that we can
is
point to and say this happened.
Not a recourse.
There's nothing that we can say like, okay, this is an injury on her, and we can say this happened. That's all there is to it.
Guys, you know what I mean? I'm very I'm very anti-violence. I'm like super not. And people say, "Yeah, you're a pussy." I don't give a fuck if I'm a pussy. Okay, I'm not dead, and I don't want to suffer injuries. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, when I see a fight, when I get fought at, I run, I dodge, and then I run as fast as I can. Okay, I insta run. Okay, and I don't escalate things in a physical manner. That's end of story. End of story. Okay, it's just what I do though. Okay, I don't know. Maybe there's something in my past, in my childhood. Okay, I'm sure if I like somebody, there's better explanations. But you know, when you have fight or flight. Okay, I have an instant flight response to most negative things that happen. Okay. That's just how it is. So whenever I hear people saying being provocated and be like, yeah, I escalated. Yeah, I got provocated. I things being violent. I don't relate and I don't agree with it. I don't think it should be any violence ever. And I don't think you should escalate into something of violent or physical force when you're in an argument. I get it. There's a mental abuse and physical abuse. Yeah, I understand it. I just think that escalating to a physical abuse, it's a no-no. It's no. I did. Oh yeah, verbal violence. It depends. I mean, so some words obviously can hurt and whatever, but I just feel like there's literally no coming back from physical violence. In my opinion, when they talk about plateaus, you know, when they say little violence, severe violence. In my opinion, there's no plateaus. In my opinion, the plateaus are at verbal abuse or whatever, then physical abuse. These are the plateaus that I go at, because when it comes down to it, it is much harder to flee and to react properly to being held down and punched than it is to be yelled at or talked to. And in my opinion, these are where you draw the line. There's a somewhat of a possible, plausible escape or reaction that can help, and one is there isn't. You're just getting fucking rolled. And there's almost nothing you can physically, mentally, or verbally do. You're done so. And I think that's where I draw the line. I think it's in the middle of that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Who doesn't lose $50 million? Who goes to jail? Who doesn't go to jail?
Let me wash my hands.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm gonna rip his
guys.
content for
I literally don't fucking care, because it's only two people. I don't know either one of these people. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is the impact that it will have on the culture, the impact that it will have on society. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what I think really matters the most. And is that a cultural flagship for the Western world? Yes, exactly. And that's the way I see it. You're on the top of r/videos. Let me see. I'll pull it up. Let me refresh here, and I'll see where it is. Looks like I am, actually. Let me go ahead and show you guys. I'm on r/videos. There we go. And it's on mine. There it is. Caught posing for a crying photo. Yeah, I'm surprised I was able to catch that, man, or somebody was. She wipes her nose with a hand after posting the issue. Exactly. 100%. It really is something. Yeah. It really fucking is something. Oh my god.
Interesting.
How much Amber Heard tea they got?
Wait, guys, did you guys even hear his opinion? What do you think about the violence? What is provoked? What is
there's always
provocation?
People that believe something that's different. You know what I mean? Like that's the way life is. You have people and they have this big opinion about
he doesn't
stuff,
care.
and
I didn't hear it.
Guess what? That's what it's gonna be. They're gonna have this opinion and they're gonna be delusional.
Interesting.
Oh wow, people.
Interesting. Interesting. What, you're thinking out of context? I'm not thinking out of context. We watched the whole context, man. We watched the whole context, man. I don't think I have him on Discord. I don't think he wants to talk to me either. What? Commy's crying. Yeah, we'll watch those in a minute. Jennifer Games, I can't want to try Marauders again with probably should try Marauders again. The game was pretty fun yesterday. I want to give it another try. If we get short queues, I'll probably end up playing it. If no, if you know short queues, we're probably not gonna do that. What about Loveboy? What does he want?
She describes a full-on octagon pay-per-view MMA fight full of shouting, elbow bombs, Python grabs and Johnny walking into the room with his theme song like it's WWE, and then proceeds to show some of the most mild bruises. What even Omega lol.
Okay, boys. Okay, man. Okay, man.